Yeah, so we're actually at the finishing line for this character here. So as long as we don't trip over the finishing line, the model at the end, I think it will look good. I've been working on this one for a long time. Hello, Kami Eyes. Hello again. Nice to see you. Often join the stream. So yeah, we only have the head left. Basically, what's in blue right now is what's missing, and this orange part is work in progress as well. But we're there. We're getting there. Last time, what I did not really do is I didn't split the character into different parts, which kind of like shot myself in the foot. So I think I'll actually start the stream with doing some maybe more boring stuff, just like splitting meshes, but then polishing them and making them work within the ensemble, right? And I'll keep the blue mesh as the binding agent in between these meshes. Hey Marco, can you explain how you made the X shape on the synth muscle? It's just a mesh. That's it. Usually also I remove this edge in the middle, but that's basically just the X. The ends are open. This was because I was trying to get the nano mesh to kind of like connect the vertices all together, but it doesn't really work all the time. What I end up doing often is doing a close hole and then a crease. So like you close, oops, fuck. Oh, my shortcuts are not, okay. What? Currently this mesh has 0 subdivision level. Would you like to? What's happening? It's... Are my shortcuts working? Why is it doing that, Kieran? Okay, I don't know what was happening. So yeah, normally I remove like this edge, and after I use nano mesh, I just do a close hole. So you see it closes like this, and I just do a crease. So I crease it. So when you actually apply a dynamic subdivision, it stays like hard edge here, and the way that it connects, it doesn't really show that it's disconnected meshes. So from afar, it looks good. Yeah. So yeah. So let's start to divide all these things. There's one thing I think I'm going to do is I think I'm going to replicate this mesh here. Whoops. Open folder. Because I kind of feel like these two long tubes are a bit too long without nothing happening in between. So let's do something for that. Yeah, this whole Twitch thing is it's really I realize how much it's like made for gamers, and what I mean is not necessarily I don't mean playing video games, although it's probably true, but I mean like it really tries to um, get people's gamer side hooked for doing Twitch, because recently I was like chasing the affiliate level, which like you have a few like things to do, right? And now they present you with like another level that's called the partner level, and I'm just like, you motherfuckers, I'm gonna try to get that level as well. So now I have like other things that I need to do. But I think I won't do them until I actually have the there's like one of those thing that you need to do for the the partner level. That is basically get like 75 people like on average during a stream. And this one is not necessarily in my control, unlike the other ones. So probably if like ever we're able to get that sweet 75 of average, I might actually try to chase the other levels and stuff. Maybe one day, maybe one day. I don't think I'm actually helping myself by streaming during the night only, though. But as the owner of a company and as a family man, I have to work with what I am given, and I'm pretty happy with my situation, so I cannot complain. But in terms of being in a time frame that is best for everyone, yeah, maybe not the best time. If I had to guess, I would guess that the best time to Twitch is probably during the week. During the day, during the week. But during the day, during the week, I am at work. By the way, when you actually use your move brush to move things around, one tip I would suggest is to make sure that your circle shapes are ooh, that is skewed. Especially take care of the shapes that are circles, because it's the shape that is the most easy to see when it's warped or not. So little tip here when you're using the move brush, look at that first of all. Very cool. Looking forward to see the progress. Thanks, Alex Goldman. I am an old fan of you, Nagi Amidi. That is nice. Thank you for saying that. And thank you for joining. Manic08. What's good, Marco? Hello, Manic. Thank you for connecting yourself, to logging in. If anybody wants to know what I'm listening to, so you can listen to the same thing I am listening to at this moment, I am listening to the band Ninja Sex Party. One of my favorite band these days. Funny stuff. And great music as well. All right. So this is just a little something here, a little addition to the neck. Just wanted to actually have those tubes, not like so. Yeah. Gonna check, fix maybe one or two things of interpenetration that I just realized. Clipping. That should be better. Something like that. That's good. So there'll be some clipping with this earpiece here for a little while, but I'll actually tackle that only later. For the moment, I'm going to leave it as it is, but for this part here, I want to make sure that it's pushed in maybe, so that it's not that obvious that there's a clipping in. And for this part here, I might actually do kind of like the opposite. Try to get like an overlap and then use orb crack to kind of like suggest that there is a separation between the two meshes. There we go. Fixed. Isn't that wonderful? Lawrence VDM. Hey yo, love your work. Hey, I appreciate that. Thanks. Alright, let's get a little sip in there. Contrary to my soiree streams, this is just coffee this time. But what brand of coffee, Marco? Well, let me tell you, I am drinking Tim Hortons coffee because I am a real Canadian. Oh my god, just helping the stereotype. It's actually not bad, I find, personally. I think coffee connoisseurs, they poo-poo Tim Hortons coffee, but I don't know, for some reason I like it. Alright, so I fixed what I needed to fix around the neck. Maybe not. Maybe not. Let's get rid of that thing here. Oops. I have to account for the symmetry. There we go. That sucks. That doesn't look good. I actually have to add on the border of this one here. That should be better. Let's fix the clipping here. Not the clipping, but the negative space. That's going to help for later in case I want to print. I'll most probably at least do a test print for this character. Just see if it actually looks cool when printed. And if people like the character enough, I will see on making it professional prints. All right. Yep. Let's go ahead and separate those pieces here. Let's start by the this big head piece here. Okay, so I'll actually duplicate this object and Gus Hugo. Hey man, I've been watching your streams at school. Thanks for saving me from boredom. Your work is insane. No problem. It's my pleasure. As long as I don't get an email from your teacher saying that I'm a bad influence on kids, I'm going to be alright. I'm saying kids, I don't even know how old you are. I'm just going by the word school. I had a real hard time at school. Do or do not, there is no try, Yoda. Yep. Yeah, I had a real hard time at school, personally. I was really not able to concentrate during classes. It was pretty bad. And oops, what happened to that? Okay. What was that? Okay. Am I gonna want to? Yeah. Okay. I just thought of something. I'm gonna probably separate this here. That doesn't look good either. Otherwise. So yeah, no, I had a pretty hard time at school actually. Um, I was not really able to listen in class. I'm like low level ADD, but I was still too much ADD for school. Like the only way that I could actually um, get through my classes was by drawing on a piece of paper or looking at the ceiling and just like daydreaming about stuff or imagining things. It was like, and like God knows I tried to listen at school, but it was just like not coming in, not going, not was not able. But I was a good student though because I was doing my homeworks and stuff. So I was at least like I was able to finish school, get decent grades and stuff. But oh boy, me, oh my, was it hard and painful. Yeah, low level ADD that doesn't help for show. All right, so I'll basically like just like draw where I'm gonna want to them the separations. This piece is probably going to be hard to replicate. I'm thinking that maybe that gray piece is going to be more like of a. I'm going to use the binding agent mesh basically that I'm referring to. Uh, we're all a bunch of kids nerding out on 3D basically. Yes, that's it's kind of like what I say to myself as well. So yeah, kudos. Hey man, any advice on how to sketch hard surface stuff on pose? Not don't do it in pose first. Do it in fully symmetrical and then pose the character. Um, I hate when that happens. The model just blacks out. Yeah, I don't know why I did that right there, and it was weird. I know a few things that makes the model black out, but it was weird. It felt more like a bug this time. Will you show how to make such complex things ready for print? Well, there's a few people that asked. Um, I don't know if that's what people are really interested in, and it takes like a lot of time. So like I'm considering it, but at the same time, like maybe a simple piece, maybe someday doing one stream about that. But like a full complex character, it might be really long, tedious, and boring. So I don't know. We'll see. Aloha, salut à tous. 8, 3, really, 1, L, night. Doodly gone in Mudbucks. Nice. Cool, cool, cool. So yeah, basically everywhere that I'm drawing in black will be a separation into a new subtool. That's what I'm going for here. I'll figure out for the inside of the eye later. That should be enough separation for the moment. Yep, and everything that will be outside of that will be the binding agent mesh. So the mesh that's going to be inside everything that I'm just going to use to doodle things around to. Yep. Okay. So once I got that, I'm going to hide everything, reverse my selection, and do a auto group. So now I got my separations there. Am I missing a mesh? No, I think I'm good. So let's delete that, make that symmetrical. Grab all the pieces that, whoops. Oh, I forgot to wrap. There we go. This one, this one, this one, this one, this one. Yep, let's start with that. And the binding agent mesh will fill the holes in the middle. Maybe I'll add something for the eye as a separate mesh. Yep, okay, let's do that. Oops. All right. All right, when I got this here, then I go to group loops, one loop, not too much polish, group loop that, so it kind of like makes the edges a little bit less jagged. And oops, that I was supposed to push in, I'm going to make as a separate mesh. So those are going to be basically the meshes. Now I'm going to reintroduce this area here. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to kind of like push in just a little bit so that like I have like a mesh that's at the bottom, right? But I really want to leave the space for my for the meshes at the same time. Some areas, the binding agent mesh, I just call it the binding mesh, will actually be more apparent, like here and here, but like in other area it'll be more like under the plates and stuff. Sometimes the binding agent is not necessarily like very important in the mesh, and it actually fully disappears. But since I'm making a this asset, the face is pretty complex in terms of the amount of plates there is on this part. So the binding agent will play a more important role, actually. I'm kind of like considering getting rid of the no, I'll keep him. Like these like blue things here. I'll actually, what I'll do is I'll duplicate the mesh. I'll kind of like keep them separately like this. It's more as a reminder for the moment. Hey, thanks for the follow. So yeah, pushing in the binding agent internally, it's I'm just doing it really quickly for the moment, and at some point I'll actually revisit this mesh to actually make it look good. This part here of the binding agent is actually already kind of reworked. It's not fully polished yet, but I'm just being careful not destroying the work that I've done over here. All right. All right. I was going to ask that. I think you all showed that process in the summit. You mean the one about how to print? You mean? Looking forward to see how you pull off the separation. Oh, you'll see. I'm pretty confident with that stuff. I get way too insecure about my mech helmets, though. I need to turn off my brain sometimes or overthink that Josh shaved the cranium form. Yeah, I get what you mean. It's bothering sometimes when you feel like you're doing something important, like you get like more paralysis about it. I get what you mean. Would you classify the binding mesh as some sort of secondary form? You taught me so much just now. I'm revisiting a helmet sculpture a while back to refine. Well, the binding agent is really I'm not sure if secondary is the word that I would use. More like interstice, like the in between. Interstice, kind of like kind of like in Berserk, the interstice, the eclipse world, the in between, blah blah blah. But no, the joke aside, the interstice. I mean, like basically the thing that is like in between shapes. So we have your important shapes. For example, I'll try to find. Do I have one on the body? And binding agent mesh, binding mesh. I mean, like this is a binding mesh here, but it doesn't show anywhere. Like you see, it just shows like here. I used it a little bit because I felt like with the tubes and stuff, it needed kind of like something in between, especially for printing. But and kind of like here. Oh, actually, here I didn't even polish it. I forgot it because it's so like not visible. But it's really just to make sure that the pieces in between, there's at least something there, and it's not just like negative space. And sometime when you actually do like two plates, you're not necessarily like making sure that like their design fit one with each other perfectly, like they can actually close one on the other. So because of that reason, sometimes it's good to actually have some binding agent mesh to act as the glue in between, kind of like see it as like the cement in between the bricks. Whatever, there you go. Wow, that was a lot of drawing for just like making it completely black. My god. But let's just bring it, I think at the back here I'm going to want it to be gray though, so I'll actually I'm going to have to work on that at some point when I do the polishing, but just a little indicator for me for later. And of course the and of course the eye is also going to be just a gray. Maybe a brighter gray? There we go. And with that done, I can actually safely do the other meshes now. All right. So let's start with the main part. This one here. I could actually Z-remesh them all together. Maybe it's going to save me a bit of time, but if like one mesh gets capricious, it's just going to be annoying. In order to make sure that like I don't run into like problems or whatever, I'm going to try to. Jesus. All right. So I'm gonna have to just make sure like my plane here, the planes are right here, because that's one part where they're not really fully thoughtful, for lack of a better word. It's like I guess I'm going to need to flatten here a bit. Introduce this plane all around like this. Yeah, that's probably better. Let's grab the outside, just the border. All right. It's probably going to be okay. So out of curiosity, let's just see what Z-remesh is going to give me with those. Let's make a duplication of that just in case we want to reuse it. 1000, 2000, 2000. Let's go for that. All right, Z-remesh. How many polys are you playing with right now? I have no idea. No idea. I can check maybe, but I never check. I just go by how laggy my computer is if I need to separate it into another Z tool. Bestiard. Hello. All right, so the mesh is pretty decent. I actually can totally reuse that. All right, so for your polygons questions, I am right now at about 100 million. So I'm going probably to land into like the once finished. Well, now I don't have the legs, but once finished, like 110 million, I guess. 120 million, maybe. I like to have polygons for the head. All right, and for the thicknesses, I'm going to just like at least get the level right, but I won't actually add the thicknesses right now. I just want to get the level okay, so that under my subtool is embedded the right value for the thickness, which is going to be probably this here. A little bit higher. There we go. Okay, it's now separated. I'm gonna reassign the colors. I've actually erased the colors. Oh well. How did I lose the color? Because my color was on my binding mesh, and I recolorized the binding mesh. So it was my my own hubris. Anyways, it's fine. I'll figure it out. I think it's pretty easy. I think it was all green anyway. I'm not mistaken. All green, and that part here was. Oops, that part here was. Well, actually, I'm going to want to reuse the same material as the wasp. So let me go grab this. now. Or you know what? Nah, whatever. I'll just give it like a temporary one. Probably like this one here. In black. It'll probably be that. But the sculpt, this is not a really good material for sculpting though, so I'll actually often be just like viewing it as this material here. Alright, let's not add the thickness now though, because I just want to do a little like a clean pass on this material here. Bonjour. So sick. Well, thank you. This one little polygon thing here is so stupid. I actually think I'm going to go in ZModeler to fix that by hand. Come on, slide. I really don't like when there are stars near borders because it always like fucks up the results. So often what I'll do is I'll actually like I'll actually erase them. I actually don't do that all the time because like I can always most of the time I can get around the stretchiness or like the pinches it's going to do. But when I do the head of the character, I'd rather actually have something decent from the beginning because it's really a preference, but I always like just give more give more love to those parts. And if I end up with like this triangle, actually, I might not care. Triangle on just an open surface is really not the worst of topologies issues. And you see the rest of the border is like one constant. Nope, not here. Oops. Yeah, it's pretty tedious stuff, but it's not gonna last forever, and it's going to help. That should be alright. The rest I'm going to be able to fix by sculpting, so we should be good. Alright, give me a sec to change the music. What am I going to listen to? Yeah, What about a bit of System of a Down? There we go. All right. Beautiful. I haven't used ZModeler before. Very clean. ZModeler's great. It's a great addition to ZBrush because sometimes you just want to get like a certain like behavior coming from the topology, and although like I'm not a polymodeler, I hate polymodeling. It's not my cup of tea. Sometimes you want to at least have the tool, right? Be able to do a simple action. So I was really happy when ZBrush added the ZModeler tool. So at this point here, I'm back to using my sculpting tools, and I'll try to just get like somewhat of like the curve that I want on my meshes. For the border here, since I won't be able to use it as a H-polish, I'll actually use the dam standard tool to kind of like give like the curve I'm looking for. Hey, thanks for the follow. Playing the music in the stream or by speaker may be welcome. Like System of Down too. Well, I want to avoid copyright things. Plus, I know some people, they want to listen to their own music. So if I don't put any music, it's probably better overall in terms of it's easier to add on something than to remove something, right? In that mentality. So that's why I tell people what I'm listening to, so that way we can, at least we know we're listening to the same thing. It's my little compromise I found. Hey, thanks for the follow. Oh, when I'm not on my streams, I am a monk that is working in complete silence. No, that's not true. I am always listening to. I'm always listening to like a podcast or something like that. Like lately, I've been listening to a lot of psychology podcasts. That's my jam lately. So it's a lot of people, a lot of people talking about their feelings and stuff, and how to work on relationships and situations and this and that. I like it. It's fun. It's good. Gives me a couple of cool tips on how I can work on my relationships as well. So that's good. Okay, so I don't know if I'm actually going to want that curve here. It might actually start to get pretty complex. I might actually just add it in sculpting afterwards. Trying to have it like already in my low mesh might be a little bit too overkill, so let's reduce it for the moment. At least it has the good shape, the right shape. All right, let's add the thickness to that. Oops. Ah, that's a projection I did. Wow, am I going to lose everything I just did? Thanks for the follow. Is everybody praying with me that is going to save correctly? It's Cedric who did the God of Birds tutorial, so I can't really answer this question. Merci pour les 2 rosaires. Thanks for the follow. Wow, it feels like people are trying to make me feel better with the follows because I might be losing my file. All right. Let's start that again. What do we have here? Yeah, it's that, but okay, it did load. Okay, well now, but wait, because sometimes it actually like brings artifacts in the file. So let's save this, close ZBrush, and reopen the file to see if it actually brought in a bug. Because like I've been having a bug with this character. Often, actually not on stream. You have not seen this on stream, but like off stream, before starting my stream, sometimes I'm opening my my file. And thanks for the follow. And sometimes you just like I just reopen my file before streaming, and it says that the file is corrupted. So it's weird why it crashed, though. It was just a simple projection. Now the real drum roll is here. If it opens this without bug, we should be all right. Come on. Come on. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a file. All right. Back to this. All right. Let's not make the mistake this time and do polyloop and not project. Thank you very much. Perfect. We got it, everyone. Perfect. Let's taper the border a little bit. So, like I didn't want the border to be like this. Hey, thanks for the follow. Responses on YouTube say there is audio and video, not just time lapse. Okay, cool. Oh, you mean for God of Birds? Yeah. It's there's video and everything. Explanation is not just. I thought the question was just, is it sped up? And that, to be frank, I'm not sure. But there are explanations and everything. And thanks for the follow as well right now. By the way, no numbers are good. Got 68 right there. That's I've never had this this amount, so that's great. Maybe we're going to be able to get that 75, that average 75, which means that I need to have above 75 to account for the not 75 that I had for an hour now. If I can get that, thanks for the follow. If I can get that, I'll be able to have that partner level with Twitch, which I have no fucking clue what it does. But I want it because because Twitch said that I should have it, and since I'm a real gamer, I want to 100% that Twitch game. Help me 100% my Twitch, people. 69. We're close to 69. I wish I had 69, but we're at 68. And by the way, I get the 69. You're not 100% sure. I think you can get AD revenue. Maybe, I guess. Well, I mean, as far as I know, I mean, I already get revenue for some stuff. Some people, I think somebody told me that he got into my Twitch at some point and there was like an ad. Gotta unlock all the achievements. Yes, Josh, you are right. Rocking that Angus right there. If people don't know, Angus is the name of my dog, and it's one of my emotes because he is such a good boy. He's such a good boy, Angus. Yes, he is. All right, I'll do a little smooth. Oh, it's smoothing even what's. Okay, no, I get it. There we go. I'm gonna start to smooth this a little bit. Oops. Maybe polish instead. Should be. So you see, like the polish was kind of like inflating the mesh at the same time, which I don't want. So normally, what I do is I actually, even if I had masked the rest of the mesh, I'll actually hide it. See, and now it's not doing the stupid inflate thing. It's still not perfectly clean, but if I just do that, and I do maybe maybe I should actually crease my edges there. And crease the edges that I want to keep a hard surface. Let's do it by hand. Crease, edge, this one, this one. Let's keep this one as well. Let's keep this one and this one, and the rest should be fine. And let's do polish, crisp edges. All right, so that should be all right for the border. Let's clean some. Oops, I think it was still masked. Let's flatten here without hitting the surface. There we go. Should be all right. Should be clean enough. At the back here, I'm now realizing that maybe I'm gonna want to have this flatter on the edges, so I'm gonna need to H-polish this. And all of this is really important in terms of the general cleanness of the mesh. The flow of like the borders, making it clean is going to help with the inside of the mesh as well, in terms of like the general feel of things. So for me, this is important. I think this might be good. And lastly, we're going to tackle the actual inside of the mesh. $63. I've lost people. What have I done? What have I done? I have to get back to work in a peace be upon y'all. Thank you for sharing all your ZBrush wisdom. Well, it's my pleasure. Have fun. All right. Let's see how this looks subdivided. Well, there's little pinches here. I think I'm actually going to try to remove them while after I actually subdivide this mesh. Yeah, let's see what I can do after I subdivide this. So let's choose the right amount of crease. 2, 1. Yeah, let's go with 1. And I'll actually duplicate this as well before I subdivide it. And this is probably going to be enough. So now I can actually apply some sculptural transformations to that. Really like how you have how you have colors going as you work too. Oh yeah, well for me it's really important to have those because they actually act as like the ideas and separations of things. So yeah, like, and plus like I really want to know like what's going to be like my primary color, my like in terms of like the hierarchy of colors. So I always want to actually have them. Plus it really does help for my theme since I'm doing a mantis, like something like mechanical praying mantis. Kind of help to have the color scheme already there. Sometimes I'll actually like look at the character in like in all gray just to see like how it does look when you actually have like in terms of like the busyness of detail, like how does it look when you actually don't have the colors to separate things. But the reality is that I kind of like I like to put a lot of details, so I count on the color to kind of like make everything like fit more into like uh their hierarchical color, let's say, whatever. Hey, thanks for the follow. I don't really like the direction that the hole is taking, though. I might actually need to do that, but from a lower angle, actually. Would you say it's easier doing that for mechanical characters, or do you do the same for more organic ones? Well, no, I actually do the same for organic ones, especially like creatures that they have like a really defined color scheme depending on like what's their like weak points or hard points, as in like the belly like often has like a different color than the rest, plus like defining patterns and stuff. So um but to be fair, I am less on the dot with creatures than mechanicals. Yeah, mechanical pieces. Hey, my pleasure. Like a belly compared to the carapace or mandibles, it's a good point. Yep. All right, let's try to trim this a little bit here. I don't think I'm going to necessarily keep the bevel because I don't want this to be after I actually did the bevels, I can just like smooth relax this whole thing, and it's going to adopt the shape a little bit more. I didn't keep a layer, but I could have shown like the before and after with a layer. It's not perfect for sure, but enough for the effect I'm going for. And ultimate test. Hey, thanks for the sub. That's really appreciated. Rodrigo Alacera. Thanks, man. Super cool. Super cool. I didn't know you had a Twitch channel. I discovered it the other day. Never been so hyped. Well, you know what, man? Thanks for following me, and the sub is much appreciated. So you can rock those sweet emotes now, and know that you're actually supporting me as well. So thank you. That's really appreciated. So what I just did right there is I actually put a more reflective material, and really important. Okay, so if you want to know something, okay, so if you ever work for me, or if I review your portfolio, you're going to need to actually do that, okay? Because like I can see when a surface is warped and not really hard surface and clean, and to be able to actually kind of like hunt down like those like problems on the surface, you need to do this. Like, see, now I can see a pinch here. There's also like a dip like in this area here that I'm going to fix, and I would not have seen it if I didn't have this reflective material. But you know what? You know when we're going to see it? When it's in game and it's too late to work on it, because that's when you want to avoid. You don't want it to happen like this. Not like this. Can somebody tell me from which movie this quote is? Not like this. It's probably from a lot, but the one that I have in mind. Hey Nimlat, nice to see you. I'm finally streaming at a time that is probably more into your time zone. I see you streaming in the morning often. Pistol Pete. Yes, sir, dude. Heisey glasses. Bonjour. La Matrice. Yep, it's the Matrix. You got it. Cool. Well, I'm happy that you're here, Nimlat. That's really appreciated. So you see, when you're going to look at the overall cleanliness now of this piece, you're going to see more of like what could be a problem. Like we have like this lip here that got added. That's because I actually worked on a lower subdivision level, but it's not anything that for me is going to be a problem. Plus, the H polish that I'm doing at the moment right now is kind of like something that I was thinking of doing, to actually have the back of this plate like a little bit flattened like this. There we go. Oops, too much. So like this kind of like bevel here. Yeah, that's something that I knew I wanted to add to the design when I was doing it. So now I got it. And for here, we'll just simply smooth. Here I'll also just make a little bit of facetization, and the goal is just to make sure that it does have the roundness I'm looking for. But if I do a smooth relax after, I don't see the facetization of the brush strokes, which is what I'm looking for. And this part, this mesh, I'm going to be especially anal with like making it smooth, because it's going to be the most reflective object. There's still like a bump here I'm gonna want to get rid of. Let's just see what Chad is saying. I mean, what I remember that scene? Oh my god, yeah. Highway for 75. Ooh, yeah. True that. But it has to be a constant 75 though, or else it doesn't work. Pretty cool. Did you make all of that? Yes, I did. I'm using ZBrush for all of that as well. Yep. Do you have a preferred tool to clean smooth surface or brush by hand like H-Polish? Well, yeah, a mix polish and the Smooth Relax. And for those who don't know Smooth Relax, I'm going to show a little example of what it is. Okay, check that out. So, what's the difference between smooth and smooth relax? Well, first of all, that's what smooth does. So look at the silhouette when I smooth. It like melts away, right? I lose the shape. But if I smooth relax, it kind of like rounds everything without trying to lose too much of the shape. Okay? You still lose a little bit, but like not as much as this, right? So smooth relax is more about like playing with the topology to kind of like spread it, and it make things like smoother and rounder. And the normal smooth actually makes everything melt away. And like the normal smooth, you press shift, you draw. That's how you do. But smooth relax is you press shift, you click on your screen, but before you start drawing, you remove your finger from shift, and now you draw. That's how you do. Thanks for the follow. It's the same as like how you do like a zoom in using Alt, not using Control. For Alt, you click in the canvas, and you remove your finger from Alt, and now it becomes a zoom instead of a panning. Well, that's the same kind of like key control idea. It's my favorite tool for smoothing surfaces. How much different is the workflow on making concepting character? How much different is the workflow on making or concepting characters of Transformer Pacific Rim? I don't know. I mean, I haven't worked on those movies, so I can't answer that. Videos of the process can be found here on Twitch or... Okay. You use only ZBrush as far as I know. Yeah, I use only ZBrush, and you can see if you go on our YouTube page. So YouTube page is like at the bottom here, at the bottom of the screen here, or at the bottom here is either like my links or the one from my company. And if you go in my company, you can actually go on our YouTube channel, and our YouTube channel, you can see all the process of this character from A to Z. Well, actually, I already had a bit of the design at first, but like you can see the polishing from A to Z. 76? I see 73, me. Maybe it's gonna update. Oh, that's amazing. Thanks. Well, thanks, Cross3D. Does Blender have the same functionality when smoothing to make it round? I don't use Blender, so I can't say. I don't think that Blender really has sculpting tools. Maybe it does. Maybe it does. I don't know. I don't really use Blender. So yeah, I was not finished with smoothing this part here. Fairly similar, since a lot of time they are 3D printed bodysuits at the time of Iron Man 1. Nowadays it might be compared to CGI, yeah. Damn, I still see something in the shape that catches my eye. I know I'm being super anal right now, by the way. Like it's I should probably like chill out a little bit. I'm actually going to reduce the strength of my smooth brush because I feel like I'm actually working against myself right now. All right. I think this is going to be okay. There's still something here. Oh boy, yeah. I'm not that intense when reviewing people's work, but since this is my own work, I really go through the gauntlet of making it clean in the way that for me is important, because not everything is clean on this character. Depends on how important the piece, the element is. Like for like the lower part of the body or like some interstice parts, I'm not going to actually need to be that clean. But for something that really is going to be the focus of the character, like the front of the head, I'm gonna want it to be clean. So yeah. And this is probably going to be okay. So now you can see that with the super reflective, there's still a dip around here. But let's, yeah, screw that. Okay, so I'm going to now add some like what I call mid-level details, which is just like some extra attention to the bigger shapes. Like for example, if I want to just round this edge a little bit, so it's not like hard surface, but it rounds. That's something I'll do afterwards, like this. Maybe I'll do it here as well. And I'm using Dan Standard for that, for rounding that corner. So you see, it just like rounds the corner like this. So how does it look with the real material? It's fine. Hey, 79. There we go. Will today be the day? Huh? Maybe I'll do an extra long stream, making sure that number stays up long enough to be counted as the average. I'll be done with that. Achievement unlocked. Yeah, wouldn't that be sweet? So yeah, thanks for everyone to joining on that unusual day for me for streaming. That is much appreciated. It's really weird to stream on a Sunday afternoon. I'm usually do it at night, so all right, let's keep it like that for the moment, and I won't put more detail on it until I'm actually done with the other meshes around it, because I'll work on all the detail at the same time for the head. So yep, let's put this this mesh to rest. It's pretty cool. I'm happy on how clean it is. All right, cool. Let's jump on something else. Like these other meshes. Let's save this file as well. Okay, I don't need my backup file anymore. Mesh number 30. Mesh file number 30. Yeah, you're probably West Coast, eh, Josh? Alright, so just for making it easier to see, I'm actually going to split no, I'm going to split those two meshes. Whatever, I'm just going to split them all in different subtools for the moment. And before giving it the thickness, I'm just going to make sure that the width in between the plates is somewhat constant. Since we're doing mechs, it's important for it to be clean because otherwise it won't look manufactured. So really have to have this like attention to detail and this constant to really give the impression that your mech is well, it's just something to do for hard surface. When you have like a character that's organic and have like plates on the character, you don't need to have like necessarily like every line be parallel to each other like this, but because life like something organic is not in quotes perfect, but mechs they answer to some like mathematical ideas of like how a line follows another one. Very surgical in a sense. And well, it's important to take that in consideration when doing mechs. Oh yeah, Seattle, right. I forgot. I knew that because I remember saying that I'm listening to a podcast from a guy from Seattle when you told me that. Yep. So that's going to be the shape I'm going to look for. Am I going to want to make some little offset here like this? Oh yeah, a little offset. That's good. I love me some offsets. By the way, offset is probably not the word that's used normally. It's a word that I kind of like, not coined, but started to use without knowing if it's actually the official word for it. And I'm talking about any kind of like, so you got a line, let's say like an offset would be like, this line is constant. Let's say we could say it doesn't have any offsets. Well, if you do that, boop, you created an offset. And offsets are one of the things that I like to do the most. If I don't have offsets, I get upset. Hey, thanks for the follow. That was a pretty lame joke to get a follow, but much appreciated. I'll continue with my lame jokes then. It could be a t-shirt, eh? Starting to get ideas for merch. Chaos Mason dad jokes. Merch available now. All right. We got a pretty clean mesh with this. I feel like I probably would need to actually have this angled down a little bit like this. Do we have a sub? We have a sub. Bestie Art. Well, you are the bestie subscriber right now at this very moment. So thank you for contributing and making sure that I can buy more coffee for more streams. There you go. Ooh, 80. I like that. I like that. Well, the pleasure's mine. Bestie Art, let me ask you a question. how much did my dad joke right there influence you to subscribe to me? Like, yes, no, or doesn't apply? Thanks for the follow. Oh, the dude t-shirt, yeah. I actually have to consider that. I was that close to renaming the channel last time, I swear to God. Alright, pretty clean mesh, pretty clean mesh. Alright, let's do the same for this one here. This one's going to be easy. It's such an easy shape here, so I won't have to spend too much time on this one here. Woo! See, there you go. Boom. Fucking done. Maybe I should make sure that, like, the angle is somewhat similar here, though. So let's cut the angle short here. So it's not too different from the angle right under. Plus I'm going to need to push that thing here back, or maybe that up. And maybe give it some height. It's going to offset the silhouette, you see? It's all about offset. All about offset all the time. Dude offset. Dude offsets. There you go. Have you seen that dude offsetting everything? I know, man. Fucking pro at offsetting. That's me. Dude offset. Dude, comma, offset. Kind of like bitch, please. Dude, offset. Alright, I already know I'm going to take the world by storm with that idea. I'm going to have to go trademark that right away. Somebody has been practicing his dad joke for sure. Oh, actually, I haven't seen that message. What you do is amazing, plus jokes. It's a 10 for me. Thank you. I appreciate that. 10 on what? 10 on 20? Dude, offset thickness. Oh, yeah. Yeah, there you go. Or this is like the comeback episode right now. Thick offset, dude. Can't forget. I never forget the thickness, Josh. Who the fuck do you think I am? Similar to how Pixel Farms had the flip-flop feature in PF Track. Started as a joke, but now it's a thing. I actually don't know that one. But, you know what? Sounds good. Alex, Mr. Bit, inspiration mate. My inspiration mate. Hey, my pleasure, dude. Alright. Alright. Hey, guys, 84. Guys and gals, 84. This is going well. This is going well. Seriously, it's starting to make me feel like I might actually need to do more streams during the day. Which could be possible. Because during the day, during the weekends, during the week it would be harder. Maybe possible, we'll see. It's just as as manager of a outsourcing company, a lot of people depend on me. Plus the meetings, plus the this, plus the that, the constant pinging on Slack and this and that or whatever. So kind of hard to close myself to the world. Well, close myself to the world. I would be opening myself to the world on Twitch, but closing myself to the world otherwise would be kind of hard. But that being said, during the weekends, normally the reason why I don't Twitch during the weekend is because I try to relax a little bit. But this thing is really making me feel just like it. I just like it a lot. So you know what? You know what, guys? Tell you that I could be playing Elden Rings right now, but I'm here with you. So it tells something. It tells something about the love that I have for this, because I could be becoming the Elden Lord, and I'm not. And other people are becoming the Elden Lord at my place. And I'm not the Elden Lord, but you're making me a pretty happy son of a bitch right now. So, well, there's that. Nagy, you got ass ache. What am I sitting on right now? It's a Aeron chair. It's like a fillet that I'm sitting on. It's pretty comfortable. Plus, it doesn't keep the farts. All right. McCann Dweenies. Yeah, stream more so you can offset your time not streaming. Yes. Pete, je savais que tu l'aimerais celle-là. Play on stream. Yeah, I mean some people have told me that before, but I just feel like people will run away because they don't want to be spoiled, right? Hey, do we have a sub right there? Oh, the Kerberos. Thanks a lot for the sub, dude. That is much appreciated. You will help me buying kombucha for my my soirée streams, and this is all because of you. Thank you. Yeah, little Marco icon right there, Rodrigo. Sweet icon. We feel very blessed by that. Hey, mon plaisir, Miguel. You are the Elden Lord. That's too kind. You know what? I really appreciate what you're saying, but I cannot think that. I need to achieve this title. I need to do it. I need to go and kick their fucking asses. By the way, I just want to say, okay, I beat Godric in 2 tries, okay? So, don't fuck with me. My heart was racing the fuck out of me when I actually saw that his second form. Oh yeah, that's why I appreciate Chaos Mason so much. I remember being that student on YouTube in between classes, just watching your work, and now you're having a conversation on Twitch. That's very inspiring. Hey, my pleasure. I also appreciate that. I have no problem removing the veil in between the artist and the art. Thanks for being here and not being the Elden Lord. My pleasure, Kerberos. Elden Lord of the Rings. That is funny. Yeah, okay. How deep are you in Elden Ring? I pretty much explored Caelid, but I'm not at the right level for that part, so I decided to explore north instead, north of the castle. So I'm at the Drowned Academy at the moment. You are the very least Mech Lord. You know what? I'll take the Mech Lord. I'll take the Mech Lord. There you go. Brag. Hey, Sac-moi à paix. That's always what it is. I always like eat shit with like some bosses, but like others, I'll just like really like beat them like from the first shot. And you know what? Like I have like a theory about like why I'm able to do that, or why anybody can actually do that. I think it's because like when you are like really afraid, so when you like see a boss for the first time, you get so like wired and like attentive to details and stuff, and the more and more you fight a boss, the more and more you start to kind of like before you're really truly able to anticipate things, you kind of like well, at least me, I get more studious with the boss. So I kind of like I kind of like try to reduce my nervous system and like really like study him, and I die more by doing that. But studying him lets me um, studying him or her, whatever the boss is, lets me like anticipate the movements for later. So like at some point, then I'm like, okay, well, let's go back at it, and let's really try to elevate my nervous system to get this like my reflexes back and everything. Um, yeah, but also some bosses are just like way too fucking hard. Like or like I just remember. Okay, so let's say going back to Dark Souls 3, which is by the way the first Dark Souls I played. Dark Souls 3, I remember having such a hard time with two bosses. The first one was Pontiff Sullivan. This one was incredibly complicated. Kept dying and dying and dying. I spent like easily like 4 hours trying to beat that asshole, and especially when he like splits in two. I was like, oh, you asshole! You're already just so hard to fucking like dodge around and stuff. And yeah, I really had a hard time with him. Um, but at some point I got it, so that's cool. The other boss that I had such a hard time was when I did my SL1 run at Dark Souls 3. So basically, not leveling up my character ever. Souls level 1, that's what SL1 means. The hardest boss for me was, well, there were two. The Dancer of the Burial Valley was like so fucking hard because like she has like a way of like dancing around it, like she just like goes off camera, and it's just you don't really necessarily like know where she's coming from, and she basically she one hit kills you with many attacks. So she was really hard. I had a really hard time. Not as much as Pontiff Sullivan on the Nun SL1 run, but the hardest one for the SL1 run was do people care like guessing which was the hardest boss on SL1? Get fatigued. Yeah, for sure. No? So any guess which Dark Souls 3 boss was the hardest one for me to beat on SL1? I'm going to give a hint. I'm going to give a hint. It's probably not the one that you think. The Ancient Wyvern. All right, that's one answer in. Does anybody else wants to take a guess? The Nameless King. That's another guess. So I'm not saying yes or no right now. I'm just giving a chance for people to answer. Sister. Sister Freda, you mean? From the last DSL? Okay, another hint. I did not do any DSL on SL1, just the main game. Never played Dark Souls, but really enjoyed Sekiro. Sekiro was super fun. It was actually the best combat system, in my opinion, was Sekiro. Even compared to Elden Ring. Well, Elden Ring is almost the same combat system as Dark Souls, but Sekiro was the best combat system. It was so fucking good. So stressful, so like it brings you in. Alright, so we have one guess for the Ancient Wyvern, one guess for the Nameless King. I'll answer after a third guess, at least. You have the option to make a pool for that chat. Are you? How do I do that? How do I do a poll? I want to do a poll. Just write at poll. Well, at poll. Start a goal. What's next? Create a sub or follower goal to track your progress. Use the /goal. No, I don't want that. I want the poll. Open the poll menu and follow the steps. At poll. Chat. Oh, there we go. Create a poll. Question. What was... That is so useless. And I'm losing followers. Okay, what was the hardest boss for me to beat at Dark Souls 3 SL1? Alright, response. Okay, so Ancient Wyvern, Nameless King, let me think of a... I have to come up with By the way, I'm not sure of the names, so there might be like mistakes, but I'm sure you'll understand which one I'm talking about. What's the name again? I just can't remember the name. What's the name again? What's the name? What's the name? It's... Hey, thanks for the follow. Okay, there we go. All right, setting. Allow additional votes. 10 per votes, duration 1 minute. Okay. All right, let's do that. Thanks for the follow, by the way. Start poll. Okay. So I started the poll. I have no idea how this works. I can just tell you that there is currently a poll right up there. And there's 1 minute to answer the poll. Do people get things because I create polls? It felt like I could actually, like, there was like some like prizes or something, I don't know. You know what, Josh, it's fine. An educated guess is a good guess. Vote is finished. All right, so I guess I just click. All right, so 43% of people said the Nameless King. 29% of people said Lothric Prince. 13 people said the Ocelot dragon thing. 14 people said Aldrich, and 0% of people said the Ancient Wyvern. And the right answer was actually Lothric Prince. Yes, it was not the Nameless King. And I can tell you why. Because I ate so much shit the first time trying to beat the Nameless King that I actually got so good at not getting hit, because even when I didn't beat him in the SL1 run, I was just constantly dying, almost like single hits and stuff with him. And well, not single hits, that's not true, but I was just like getting my ass whoop. And the thing is that the Nameless King, it doesn't really have like one hit kills attacks in SL1 at least. For some reason, his attacks was always like giving me the chance to like recover, or at least like maybe he had some, but they were always like the attacks that were like extremely easy to dodge. So no, it was not the Nameless King. It was Lothric Prince because of just one attack. Well, there was two. He had like 2 or 3 one-hit kills in SL1, and they were like pretty hard to dodge. But the one attack where he actually teleports and you don't know where, and you kind of like you lose your targeting, and you don't know where he's coming from, and he's either going to do like a ground slam that one hit kills, or do like the laser that one hit kills you as well. Like that was really hard because there was like a lot of like trying to turn the camera around, know where he is, and then having like the right reaction depending on what the attack is. And I was just constantly dying. It felt like there was like a lot of like chance. So yeah, it was it hurt for sure. Hey Josh, good job, good job. You can set like channel point bidding. Okay, interesting. Yeah, I'm learning how to use Twitch. Are you proud of me? Okay, I think that's going to be good for those. You see, we got through a boring stage of modeling, talking and placing bets about Dark Souls. Okay, so now next question. Did I have fun playing Dark Souls 3 in Soul Level 1? I'll answer this question right now, no need for a poll. Not really. like it was unnecessary stress. I just started that because I heard about like that on the internet, that it was like a type of challenge that people were giving each other, and I just love Dark Souls so much. So I was like, I'll do that. And then it just became a question of pride to finish it. And pride is not necessarily a good thing, especially when you're ruining your life with Dark Souls, Soul Level 1. It took me like, oh my god, it took me hours. Like it came to a point where like I can finish Dark Souls pretty fast if I'm not playing in SL1, but that was just, forget about that. Oh yeah, another reason why it was so hard for Lothric, it's because in not SL1, I beat him so fast and I'm never using like people to help me when I beat bosses. I really want to do it by myself. But like I beat him so fast that I was actually not able to see like much of the attack or understand the impacts of the attacks as well. So that didn't help. There's like a brag in there somewhere. Yeah, Dark Souls was taking my souls. That's for shizzle. All right, let's start. Let's not crease everything right away. I'll do it when I actually have all my meshes in. Let's. This mesh here has a kind of like a weird shape to it. It might actually require some manipulation to make it look good. I kind of like got lazy and tried to use Z-Remesh, but yeah, it's so-so. But with the additional mesh I'm going to add on top, maybe I'm going to be able to kind of like dodge this. I'll probably need to add this mesh pretty early also to see how I can play around with it. All right, let's connect everything together. All right, now I'm going to make sure that the corners are the right pinch, which I think that they are right now. Looks like a good pinch. All right, let's give it some hard corners by doing a group by angle, 45 degrees. Yeah, that's good. That's good. Yeah, I think that's fine. Some meshes are going to need some smoothing though, like this one here. I smooth by group by crease. Yeah, good. See, like there was like a. Okay. So do you see like here? There's like bumps, but you can see it with like this like more reflective material, and with the. Oops. And if you actually use polish by crisp edges, since I actually put creases, poof, like this disappears, which is very good. There we go. It did actually destroy what I had here, like this shape. So what I can do before is save a morph target, redo, polish, crisp edge, and then take my morph brush, get this back here. There we go. I really like the new meshes. Thank you, thank you. You see, like that's the pinches I was talking about. It's like a bit annoying. And I forgot to check that, and now I have like this like here. So instead of like fighting against it, I think I'm just going to kind of like collapse these edges to try to. Oops. Nope. Okay, I'll do this instead. So check that out. Delete those. I'll do the same thing on the other side. Whoops. Bridge and close. And now it's cleaner. There's still one here because I would actually need to have a actually not. I'll add it. Insert right here. I want an edge here, but I don't want it anywhere else. So I will actually mask this. Add the edge here. Oops. Like this. Alright, so now that I have this, I'll redo the topology here. There we go. Looking good. I won't do it on the inside part. That was a bit useless that I did it the first time. Alright, that's clean, that's clean. I augmented the crease, so it gives like more like pinched corners. Not sure that I like it though. I think I prefer one, even if it does like some rounding of some surfaces. That's fine, I like it. The pensions on. Pete, do you really just want to contribute? For those who don't know, Pete is one of my childhood friends that doesn't know anything about 3D, but he's trying to sound smart right now. You know what, Pete? It's successful. You're making it work. Look at this guy diminishing and invalidating my accomplishment. I'm sorry, Pete. I'm so sorry. I'll buy you a beer. Justice for Pete. Yeah, exactly. I'll sign up for that as well. As the perpetrator, I'll sign up anyway. Can a man no longer compliment pinches without everything falling apart? You know what, Pete? You're raising a really good question. I'll actually make a poll on that. Can't a man compliment pinches on meshes without the world falling apart anymore? Oh, the question cannot be that long. Can't we compliment pinches without the world falling apart anymore? No, not enough for anymore. So it'll be yes, no, and open for additional votes. Points per vote, points per. Oh, okay, no, whatever. All right, we're starting the poll. Marco, when you have to do a dynamic pose like those sculpture you have for XM, what is the process? You sculpt with symmetry and then pose the whole thing, or you already have the pose done? I work on the blocking of the character, then I decimate it. I put it in pose to see like what's going to be the final pose. I test that with the blocking. Once that this is done, I I will do the final character in symmetry, except for the parts that I know will be extremely bent when posing. So like normally it's like near the shoulders. Maybe I keep it for later. And then I pose the thanks for the follow. Then I pose the character. Like this character, for example, I will pose this character over the approved post blocking, and I will rework the part that stretched and stuff. I try to get the most work done in symmetry because I get time. So we have here the votes for the poll. Can't we complement pinches without the world falling apart anymore? The answer is no at 67% and yes at 30%. So I'm sorry to say, Pete, but you are not supported in your quest on having free the liberty of complementing pinches. No problem. But you know what? You know what, Pete? Pete, I will give you the entire day to complement pinches on my meshes. I will allow you this day, okay? But starting tomorrow, you have to shape up, dude. Whoa. Something happened there. Actually, you know what? It kind of like... I think I better save my file. Thanks for the follow. I'll stick to meshes then. It's alright, it's alright. And I only offer, yes. But at least you know what? I'm not totally closed to that. Ooh, 89. Dudes, dudes, dudes and dudettes. This is pretty rad. Pretty rad. I think I might actually get it. I think I might actually get that 75 average. And I will be able to turn into Super Saiyan level 2. Yeah? I'll come back. My hair is all going to be blonde and Super Saiyan. You won't see it because I'm still wearing a hat though, but just know that it's going to happen. Trust the process. 89 dudes. Got you guys. Alright, I think that the rest of this mesh I'll actually work by hand, but it kind of like has like a kind of like a dirty base. So yeah. Let's split that one apart. Let's split all of them apart. No, those I will keep together. Apply. So now they're committed to real subdivision levels. And I'll work on this one now. Like these I won't need to work on their looks using H-polish or anything because I was able to get some pretty decent result as it is. This one, no, so that's why I'll do that. Ooh, first time chat, SFB. Hi there, I was waiting for your message saying you were live. Well, that's pretty awesome. Here I am and here you are. The son of a bitch just might do it. Yeah, yep, hopefully he will. I should start talking about me at the third person. Wouldn't that be great? Huh? You know, Marco really likes that you're all connecting to this stream, to this Sculpt Soirée in the afternoon. Marco appreciates. Man, I think I just want to create polls now. I have to think about something else, another subject. What's the color of my boxers? And of course, the answer is something with the Chaos Mason logo on it. All right, SFB. Stefan. I just got it. So the two ways that those meshes are right now, I think I'm going to try to have them like connecting just with like some little like detailing and stuff while protecting the inside of the mesh like this. Early stream today, yes it is. Pedro, nice to see you as well. I see a lot of friends I can connect when I don't do my streams at 9 at night. And this is appreciated. Hmm. Come on. Why isn't it working? F. Come on. All right, there you go. Man, that was hard. Make Pete your moderator. Yeah, I don't know. He's too much power. That's too much power. I'll need to do a security check on Pete first. Actually, you know what? Pete, do you want to be my moderator? Thanks, Pedro. It's 9 here. Well, it's 9. If it's 9, and it means you're 8 hours away from me. If you're 8 hours away from me, this means that you are in Western Asia. Something like that. I think it's going to work. Yeah, there you go. Not bad with my time zones. It almost looks like I have an international business. Wink, wink, wink. All right, so going back to this now, the blue is the binding agent in between all the shapes. So, like, I can basically like finish the binding agent right now, and I'll be able to finish on the plates of the head, and then it'll be complete. So, but before that, there's like this thing about the eyes here that I'm not sure if I wanted to make like a grid out of it or just like something else, because it does kind of like attracts the attention. Like if it was the eyes, the reality is that the eyes are the little dots of light around, kind of like I did for the other insectoids. Mosquito here, beetle. See, it's always those things that are the eyes. So so yeah. So, hey Mo, Mark, Monday morning stream today. Yep. Well, it's more early afternoon, I'd say. I'm doing very good, and I hope that you're doing good as well, my friend. So I think, yeah, I'm going to create those like meshes for these things here because I do want them to look pristine. I'm going to work the binding agent between them afterwards. First, I want to go get that mesh right there and just like make it the final mesh. Just have this like done and out of the way. Oh, also I can actually have my binding agent be of like a more there you go, more specular material. And also, since my binding agent probably has like its final like shape, I'll actually make it a Z modeler piece as well. A Z modeler, wow, Z remesh piece as well. So let's do that. Let's tackle that little piece on the edge right there, and we'll be Gucci. And we have 94 people. 94. Let's aim for 20,000. Super unrealistic. All right. Afternoon streams is good for Europe. Yep, absolutely. This is why I was thinking of doing that. Yep, absolutely. The Zen modeler. Yeah. I'm the Zen modeler. I'm the Z dude modeler. Zen dude offset thick modeler. There you go. All right. All right, saving. Let's clone this. All right. Quick little projection here. I know I was given like a projection tool to do it, but I think I will just do it like I'm used to doing it. Let's close that. Let's duplicate this. Let's give it a little Dynamesh just so the resolution is not too high. And now it's going to help to make a quick Z modeler. Because if the resolution is too high of your mesh, it takes more time for Z modeler. Plus, sometimes it's like not really giving Z modeler more information, like the information it needs. So this way, you see, I get pretty much the mesh I want, but I didn't have to wait like too long for doing that. I do the same sometimes before dynameshing. Not dynameshing for baking, because we have to keep like a really clean dynamesh for baking, but like when you just need like a quick mesh of something, I also do that. Sometimes it's just reducing my subdivision levels before decimating as well. Just because a lot of like algorithm there's a lot of algorithm that ZBrush have a hard time processing when the mesh is too high, plus you don't really need the mesh to be high. All right, is this enough? That should be enough. All right, let's reinsert this new mesh. So you see that was the old one, Dynamesh and everything. Let's delete that. That's a new mesh. That was the backup thing. I don't need that anymore. This was another backup that I don't need anymore. So boom, there we go. We have officially all the meshes, the final meshes in front of us. Nope, untrue. We have this one thing here that I said I was going to do. All right, so for this, I will be reusing like this thing here, but probably just like changing it a little bit. Because I don't want, like, you have to be careful, by the way, when you're like kid bashing a piece. Like if you're kid bashing a piece and you're making it like the same mesh but like much smaller, the type of details and their sizes of the detail might actually look like inconsistent. So all around the character, I try to make sure that like there's not a part of the character that's like super micro with like detail, and the rest is like bigger detail and chunky, because it actually just creates like an inconsistency in visual language. So yeah, and I just noticed that there is a pinch right here. Get away, pinch. Crisis averted. It's not fully gone. Whatever. Okay, so this guy over here, let's duplicate it. So since I'll need to reduce it, so you'll see that like the details, well, of course you'll see, it's obvious that the details will also scale down, but those are details that are, for me, are not meant to be that small. And the reason why is because of what I said earlier. I want to make sure that there's like a certain consistency. Yeah, I know Pete is not doing his work. There was a pinch and it wasn't checked. Pete, where were you? Where were you when the pinches happened? Whoops. Please forgive me. Just now I understood the purpose of the projection shell slider. Generally, I would just hit the projection button. No, you need the shell, otherwise it won't capture everything. Plus, like, you have to play with your distance as well. For I have sinned. Yes, Pete. It's fine. One thing, though, is I forgive you too easily, Pete. Alright, alright, alright. All is forgiven. Alright, question to the chat. Does anybody here know how I can see my overall statistic for this current stream? For example, if I want to know what was the average viewer count so far, is there a way to know that, or I will only know by the summary I will receive by email later? Please educate me. So yeah, what I'm doing right now, I'm getting rid of the the details, or at least like some details that I know that are not now too small. Like the same for, like, for example, like this one, this detail I know normally is not, well, now we don't see it, but normally would not be like that small. If you look at like the detail on the elbow, so you see how small it is compared to like now, and I want those details to be the same size, or else I feel that like it kind of like just looks a bit all over the map. Yep, in your channel dashboard. All right. Let's go and see that. My channel dashboard. There we go, here. Creator dashboard, you mean? Insight, channel analytics, stream summary. Sunday, March 13. Oh yeah, I see it here. Average viewer. We are at 65, so I'll need to hold on a little bit more until the statistic changes. By the way, I won't stop. This is not... I won't stop streaming immediately when I hit the number. I actually am looking forward to finish this character, so this is not a mean to finish streaming. This is simply me getting excited to get that sweet, sweet, sweet partner level. And I can create more emoticons of my stupid face. That's a bit too high. This is only the beginning. Are you shitting me? I thought that there wasn't anything else above partner. Thanks, Mo, by the way. You see they don't zoom in too much. Well, I mean, this is pretty zoomed in right now. It's pretty much like the most I'm gonna go for. Thanks for the follow, by the way. But actually, I prefer to stay a bit further because I don't want to get bogged down in like details too much. Like my details serve for like for how things are gonna look from afar. Like I mean. You see, like, the closest screenshots I'm going to do is probably, like, things like that. I'm never going to zoom in on the head like this in reality. So I try to not, like, zoom in too much either. I'm not really an artist that does, like, micro zooms and stuff. I rather present, like, the piece as a whole. Pedro, when you were building your hard surface skills, were you doing practices of small objects like industry robots, or for example joints, knee, elbow, or always went straight to do full project as your practice? Full project, because I'd rather do something big, or maybe just like maybe the head, like it can be good, but like often I would just do like full characters and learn from the process. I see that you don't zoom in. G Fuel and Raid Shadow Legends sponsorship. That's above partner level. Really? Okay. Can I get sponsored by Doritos? Begin of your streaming adventure. Yes. We will see where it will lead me. Actually, you know what? I'm kind of like joking because I find it fun to be self-deprecating or whatever, but like, I don't know, man. I mean, this thing can grow and it can become something much more than like what I anticipated it to be. So that'd be fun. It could be cool. I'll try to be less self-deprecating about that. Okay, so this piece right now, the problem is that I feel it's not tapering enough, and I'm not sure. Maybe it needs to be like not sticking out as much. Probably just enough to create like a silhouette break or a silhouette offset, if I may. But yeah, I think sticking out too much might not actually work really. And this way, since it's closer to to the silhouette, it kind of like creates this like, you see like this line is going there, it's reaching the corner, then it's doing this and then going back here. So it does have like a slick silhouette in the end with just like this little like offset of negative space. Whereas like when it was like pushed outwards like this, it was kind of like not really having this effect. It felt more like bulky, which I don't want on this character. You can just ask them when you have a solid viewership. Yeah, you know what? My pride is telling me I'm gonna wait for Dorito to come to me, just so I can tell no. I actually love Doritos, but I don't feel it reflects Chaos Masons really. Mountain Dew might actually a little bit more. Ice. Oh my god. Okay, so this is like a memory that I have, and it actually happens. It actually happened at Pete's house. So Pete, that's here on the channel. There was a summer. I spent the entire summer to during the day go to the beach, play volleyball, then play guitar, and at night after supper going to Pete's place with friends and drinking energized Mountain Dew all night and playing like Halo or that sort of stuff. Pete, do you remember that? Yeah, it's a real power move, Novazoid. And I'm doing this for the power trip. There you go, Pete remembers. Huh? Real memories. So I'm kind of like warping this piece here a bit just so it actually follows more like a straight line. Because this prop here, the way that it's actually more like a rectangle, this didn't fit really well in like the circular round shape of that here. So yeah. Ooh, I kind of like created like a little thing here. Hey, thanks for the follow. Do I have this on the layer? No. Okay, so I'm going to actually undo all of that. Mask it. Start over. There we go. So now let's look at it in a reflective material. There's kind of like an edge here, but I can remove it easily like this. There we go. A little smooth and relax, and a smooth on the edge here because like as you can see, I pinched the edge here with the H polish, but by using a smooth brush I can re-round it. I'll actually do it more precise. Probably don't want Dorito dust on your fingers when you touch your computer stuff, etc. No, I do not want that. This is why I will hire somebody to feed me the Doritos. It's all about outsourcing, baby. Be right back. What's that mesh here? Wow, okay. Power move after power move. Yeah. That's what your son is for, right? Gotta train him early. Yeah, you're right. I should probably just open the door and let him run in here and tell him the business. No, that would be a bit extreme. The moment I open that door, we're done. All right. So you see, like in retrospective, like this. I wonder if I can actually just go back on the placement of those like edges because they're not really serving me the right purpose. Oh, this is actually not symmetrical. Doesn't have the same polygroups. I'm gonna need to oops, mirror and weld the things a little bit. All right, now it is. Did I do that for this as well? Oh, son of a brush! All right, let's mirror and weld again. Oops, and then reconstruct subdivision. All right. Back to this. That'll probably be good like this. There we go. All right. Need to get a buzzer for it. Exactly. Dude, I tried to remove this pinch with my finger, though it was on my screen. Well, that's good. You can always try that. If it fails, then you try something else. Marco at Chaos Mason, you hire concept artists or have plans for the future to have concept artist department? We already have a concept artist department. We don't have much concept art in our portfolio at the moment because most games we're working with concept artists. We haven't been able to show the work yet, but we absolutely have a concept art department. So please, any concept artist that wants to work for us, please contact us. Go on the link. So this link at the bottom here, right here, you go on there, you go on chaosmasons.com, you fill out the contact form with your information, and we'll be more than happy to keep your information in case we ever need more concept artists on a project at some point. We're also looking for a 3D artist at the moment from a specific style. So you're more than welcome to send your portfolio. And also, if you are a rigger skinner, please send your portfolio, because at some point we're going to want to expand on that. Okay, so this mesh is now integrated. Works good enough, I think. Now let's work on the eye part. All right, so far it's advancing pretty well, I will say. It's advancing pretty well. I don't know how things are going to go. Thanks for the follow. I don't know how things are going to go, but I can see how we might actually be able to kind of like finish the head today if I stream long enough. Or maybe next time. You know what? Let's not put any stress on ourselves. Yeah. But you know what? I'm going to need to make myself another coffee if I want to be able to finish on time. So let me just put something on the screen here. Oh no, it's true. I lost. So I only made the switch to digital sculpting about a year ago. What sort of tips would you suggest doing to build a strong portfolio? Oh yeah, you did. So you come from traditional sculpting. That's super cool. It's a good thing that you actually you come from there. It's going to give you an advantage when coming to 3D. Tips on making a portfolio strong. Well, I mean, it depends on what you're looking for, right? Hey, thanks for the follow. Like, I'd say that it's important to actually like show 70% of like what you want to do and 30% of things that will make you get hired by companies. And what I mean by that is companies, they want to see, especially like people with clothes, like equipment on them. Feels like a lot of game. That's what it is. So that's something that's really in demand. There's not so much work in actually like faces and stuff because it's a lot of like 3D scan and stuff. Mech is less in demand for sure, but I mean, if you that's what you like to do, faces and mechs, have it like be your 70%, but at least have like a 30% of thing that's more like, oh, what the industry actually wants. That's what I would suggest. If you want to work in the video game industry, make sure you have retopology and texture work as well, for sure. Yeah, it will be finished when it needs to be. Thank you. Don Lanning gave me a compliment on some of my stuff. Don Lanning. Cool. I actually don't know the name. I am very sorry. Or maybe I know his work. I just don't know the name. Mech Faces. Ooh, Mech Faces. That would be probably important if you do mechs, for sure. Alright, so everyone, give me like 2 minutes and I'll be right back, okay? How often you do retopo UVs? I don't anymore because I prefer to just do that in posing and keyshot. But of course, I did my share of those for sure. Or mostly high poly. Yep, mostly high poly this times. All right, I'll be back soon. I'll be back very soon. Don't move. I want to see the same viewer count when I come back, or else I flip out. Okay. All right, be right back. All right, I'm back. I am back. Thank you for your patience. All right. Coffee is filled. Uh, so how is everyone in chat doing? Doing fine. You? Yeah. Woke up at 7 p.m. Feels great. My God. Holy. All right. All right. Sonic speeds. Sonic. Supersonic. All right. Let's do the eyes now. Let's do the eyes. Let's do. What am I gonna do with that? What am I gonna do with that negative space? I don't think I can really afford having negative space there. Yeah, I think I'll just like do the meshes and then figure out like the shapes of him. What's your favorite film at the movie game in terms of design? So movie, film or game in terms of design. Wow, that's a good question. Thanks for the follow. It's probably going to be only games. I don't remember really like seeing movies that I was like, oh, the design is so great. Well, I mean, I say that, but I really love the art direction of like Blade Runner and stuff. So there's that. In terms of movie, that's really good. You're the only one I follow and watch on Twitch. Hey, thanks for the comment. Okay, let me think about those movies. So, movies or video games in terms of their design. And I suppose that you're talking about the visual design. Am I right? Not like game design or anything? Because it's hard to answer because there's like, oh my god, when I look at like the mood of things and everything, like the mood is like, well, of course the Dark Souls are like, I love the mood of those games. I love the mood and the feeling of the game journey, but is it about character design? Not really. I love the designs of Warframe. Actually, I think it's really cool, but I never played, so it's kind of a hypocrite for me to mention the name if I actually never played the game. I remember graphically really loving the graphics of the new Ratchet and Clank, but it's not really like because of the design either. So you see, it's kind of like there's many things that I like for many reasons. It's pretty much the same for everything. Like it's not like a thing that I like because of the entire like ensemble of things. I find that everything has their like strengths and weaknesses. Like story, in terms of story, like for example, like a game that a game that I really liked for many aspects was Nier Automata. Nier Automata was like the character were like pretty cool. The design of the robots, I remember also liking him, and the the story was extremely cool. Like I loved the story of Nier Automata. It was so cool. The music was wonderful as well. So like Nier really had a lot for itself. I find Nier Automata at least. So that's worth mentioning. Saw your other videos the other day. Love to hear you enjoyed the last Airbender anime. Watched recently. Love it too. Airbender, it was super good. I loved it. Loved Airbender. Really great story. Cool animations. Cool character arc and such. So yes, that was great. Let me think about other ones while I work. We're working on stylized mech, art surface, Overwatch, Valorant style. Many things change from your current workflow. Do you keep in mind And what tips you can give for the style? No, it's the same thing. You have to take care of the silhouette correctly and the cleanliness of things. Actually, it's more about the cleanliness of shapes than the language of the silhouette than the details in that case. So, but the attention that I'm paying to like the cleanliness of surfaces and like how the silhouette reads the hierarchy of shapes is doubly important when working on stylized stuff like this. Thanks for the follow. Do you know the Va or Ang never met the cast until the show was over? Do you know the Va? V-A? The Va? Oh, the voice acting. Voice actor? Is that VA? Voice actors? I'm kind of like having a hard time figuring out what I'm going to do with those two shapes here. That's kind of like the general shape that I want. Thanks for the follow, by the way. I'll need to just think for a second here. Something like that shape could be fine, but I'm just like... Maybe I should just go by hand. Let's see if I can actually salvage something out of that. Yeah, let's try. I don't know what it's gonna give. Let's try. The voice actor, yeah. Oh, that's a fun trivia. I did not see Dune yet. I was told that it has a pretty good art direction, kind of like in the same line of like your question. Mishomoshi. Moshi, sorry. Another game that I loved the story and the progression was Ghost of Tsushima. That was fantastic. The ending of that game is mwah. It's rare to say that the ending of a game really lives up to the game itself. I loved it. I majorly recommend it. Ghost of Tsushima. Somewhat similar to Elden Ring, actually, with the more forgiving combat system. But a pretty good one, though. Another game that I loved the story and also the art direction was Hellblade. Suena's Sacrifice. That was some good game. Good game. The ending of that game was also very well done, I found. I think that's why I'm thinking about those games. In my head, I just have like games that the ending was actually cool. Metal Gear. I need to mention that game. Man, did I have goosebumps at the end of that game, eh? Metal Gear 3. Shed a couple of tears. The scene in the cemetery, Jesus, man, that was intense. Oh, you want to know about a game that I cried my ass off playing? Oh, it was me and my girlfriend. We played that game together. At the end, we were crying like at the end of Toy Story 3. It was The Walking Dead by Telltales. Wow, like if you really want to be to empathize on your character fully and to live his pain and stuff, make it a video game and make the player have to take the decisions of the character. Instantly you get so involved with things. That was yeah. That was good. That was some good gaming right there. Voice actor. Yeah, Dune was totally worth it. Yeah, I'll watch it at some point. For sure. It's actually also art directed by somebody from Montreal, Denis Villeneuve. Woo! Montreal power. Acta, are you a Souls-like fan? Am I? I think you missed the beginning of that conversation here. I've played all the Souls game and some of the Souls-like. Visually Dune beautiful, but it comes off oddly pretentious if it makes any sense. I get what you mean. When you stand, kill someone in Ghost of Tsushima, it's so good. Yes, it's super good. I agree. Like those standoff make me feel like a samurai. I know. I loved the feel of that. Do you like Mortal Shell? Mortal Shell was good. Yeah, remember Heavy Rain gave me a kind of emotion back to the days. Yeah, Heavy Rain was good. I would highly recommend Detroit for those who liked Heavy Rain. I remember also I played the first game of Quantum Dreams. It was I think like Indigo Prophecy, if I'm not wrong. That one was a bit rough, I'd say, but it was still I really appreciated the style. I'm happy that they actually did something. But the way that like you turn into like a Super Saiyan at the end of Indigo Prophecy is so stupid. I'm happy that they actually toned down on the stories. Bomberman is the game. Bomberman is pretty rad. I actually played the first Bomberman game that I played was a game called Atomic Punk, and it was Bomberman, but they had to rename the title of the game because I think they could not like have like bomber in the name because of the like there was probably like bombing in the States like a few days or months before the release of the game, so they had to change the name. The same way that there's a card game, a super fun card game called Time Bomb, and in the States it's actually renamed to Don't Mess with Cthulhu because of because of how like it's. I find it so hypocrite in a sense, but whatever. That's what they do. Yeah, it's totally the same. Actually, the game mechanics are the same. It's just they had to like reshape the entire skin of the game to allow for like the new name. Do you still draw sometimes? I do. Well, I mean, I only do with my kid, to be honest. I haven't really drawn for years, and to be honest, I was really I was never a good drawer, really, a good 2D artist. Like, I mean, okay, look, I was always like the best in my class or at my school, but the moment I got into like more academic study of art, like instantly was like, oh, okay, it's not the same. And I was actually like the 3D tools were much more speaking to me, to be honest. So when I started to do 3D, I never really looked back afterwards. So I never really practiced my penmanship. Did you took time to model most of your Kit Bash pieces? Yeah, they're all modeled by myself. Oops, why did I separate that already? Everything is modeled by myself, but it's more like I'm dragging pieces from one model to the other. It's not like if I really did like a exhaustive library. But that happens to everyone. Yeah. I'd like to point something out, if that's okay. I really like the fabric and how it doesn't have excessive folds. That really portrays the resistance of the material, whether it's leather or strong cloth type. Absolutely. This is some kind of like really thick Kevlar material, so it's going to. It's important that I actually reflect that in the folds and stuff. Like maybe some areas, like I let it fold a little bit more because it's maybe like an area where there's more looseness and there can actually have some flexion. In some areas, also like near the arm, I actually left it like a bit more like a freestyle here, but it's because I find it actually works for those areas where there are near flexion points and stuff. This I'm gonna drop. I'm not gonna use it after all. Do you have what a mistake I used to make was to flood my fabric with a bunch of folds without taking yeah. No, exactly. I know what you mean. Especially when you start using Marvelous, people tend to leave a lot of folds because it's like it looks fancy and realistic, in quotes, realistic. But there's such a thing as actually like having like the good read on things and also the good artistic choices. So it's not because you do something in Marvelous that it doesn't need like extra work afterwards. So be careful with that for sure. Do you have in mind to make insectoid series for 3D printing? Well, I'd love to. I mean, I did already print the wasp. I'm working on actually having the mosquito and the beetle printed as well. But right at the moment, right now, the prices for fuck's happening. Okay. The prices for printing the beetle is so high because it's such a huge model, and it actually is not making really much sense. Like I wouldn't get enough buyers to buy the beetle if I was to make it in the 15 inches size. So what I'm thinking of doing is actually having maybe like the wasp will be the only one that will be purchasable in 15 inches high, and the others will be purchasable in 10 inches. Because the moment that it's 10 inches, also it fits into like the standard box size for shipping, and you can cut the shipping costs like by threefold. So so that makes it more realistic, right? Because the moment I put something on the market, like if the price is not realistic, like nobody's gonna buy it. Maybe like a few like intense fans will, but like I can't assume that like everybody has like this money to burn. So like I'm really trying to get like options where things are more purchasable. And it's really because of the beetle, because he's so massive. Like if you look at like, oh look, you look at this image here. Like these are the three insectoids that I have so far. The mantis is basically the highest of the three, but it's also the slimmest. So like, but if you look at the beetle, like how massive it is compared to the other, it's like it would be pretty expensive to make it. I'd love to though. I would absolutely love to. Yeah, I mean, if anybody wants to check the store for what we have to sell, by the way, go at the bottom of this link in this link in the bottom here, and you can go on the Chaos Mason store. You'll see a bunch of stuff. We have a couple of statues we're selling as well. If you want to support us, you can always buy one here. You can sub to this channel. You can do whatever you want. You can just follow us. We'll be extremely happy with that. I'm curious, do you guys at Chaos Mason use Marvelous for cloth type or of task, or you basically did everything in ZBrush? No, we use all the software necessary to accomplish the work. STL for self-printing. We have a couple of STLs. Yeah, there's a. Actually, I'm coming out next week, sometimes next week maybe, with like a new STL for printing for those who want. Pour ceux qui veulent. Comme le roi Enoch. Too bad if there is no more 15 pitches, sad I am. Stefan, I know. It's a hard decision, and you're one of the reasons why I'm like, but I know Stefan wants one in 15 inches. Bye. All right, let's get that border correctly this time. Not the right tool. I'll need some lazy mouse. Lazy mouse is there. All right, let's get it right this time. All right, there we go. Let's get it here now. All right, and now that I have this, I can use my morph brush to get back the places I didn't want to lose that. Oh, actually here like this. There we go. So now we have the outline. Actually, do I want to also keep like a thing like this here? Maybe I do. Maybe I do. Ah, yeah. It's not really well done though. I'll need to count. Oh, there's a little like, there we go. Like that's probably better. All right. So you see, that's how I use the binding agent. Now what's in between the plates makes sense. The plates are the elements, mind you. All right. Tonton de Roi. Yeah, that was my request at Make a Wish Foundation. 15 inches statue from Marco. Yeah. All right, Julio. Have you ever played Mega Man 03, Marco? If you think I have not played Mega Man 03, you are sorely mistaken. It's one of my favorite games. I actually, to be honest, yeah, no, it's really no, one of my favorite games though. Sorry, I was thinking of Mega Man X3. I did play Mega Man 03 though. that's ever played. It's like a Mantis and Grim Reaper. Kind of gives me a similar vibe. At what time it was probably one of my favorite robot design in the series. Pretty cool. I actually, to be honest, don't remember that design. I'm like I said, I'm more fond of the Mega Man X series, but I still really liked that series. Mega Man is a huge inspiration for me in general. So yeah, not in terms of like the style. I'm kind of like I took like a different like artistic well, I mean, I kind of like went in a different direction than Mega Man in terms of style, but in terms of like making characters that have like different like that fits in a group and have like a theme that like corresponds to each of them, like that I actually like it. All right. So if we look at the statistics, I am right now at an average of sorry, an average of 72. We are 3 points from the average, so that I get the requirements for the partnership. Everything is going according to plan. That being said, once I get that, I'm actually going to need to get the to make a couple of like surprise streams, because I need to have like I think 12 days of streaming in a month, which is much more than I actually anticipated to do. But yeah, I'm thinking since I'm actually got the I got the green light from my collaborator. I'm actually I will be able to work on a couple of like projects that I usually work secretly. So I might actually work on some of those projects in the meantime. Not in the meantime, but instead of like working secretly from home. So I'm not going to finish 100% the binding agent mesh, but I'll just at least make sure that the surface is like pretty clean. Or remote slot too. Yes, yes. I'll have to think of like what I would have put in the next emote. Or actually, I think I already did set them up, if I'm not sure. We'll see. Well, that's in the way. Hmm. Some secrets to be revealed. Any plans soon to release a new figure and collab with Nivan? My creep feels a bit alone. Yeah, that's another. That was another idea as well. At the moment, it's not the thing that is in our priorities, unfortunately, because there's a lot of things that needs to be done. A lot of things that needs to be done. But I actually, the worst is, I actually did the blocking for like 5 of his characters in case we wanted to continue. So like, some things are like a bit in the work, at least. Dude emote. The dude emote, yeah. The dude. Big Lebowski. I'd love to see an arachnid cyborg in the series of this character. Well, my friend, there is already a blocking done for an arachnid in that series, and I will tease it right now if you want. It's a bit special though. It's not like the typical like arachnid character. It's actually a more like small and stubby kind of character. There you go. That's the arachnid character. Oops. So if I'm to continue, that's probably the direction I'm going to go for. Not 100% certain yet, but that would be the idea. So the basic shape that I'm reusing is more like the sphere. So I really used like the abdomen of the character to really like make the rest of the character here. So the sphere, although we have like the long limbs here and nails, the sphere is the main part. Thanks for the comments, everyone. So it's another character that actually has a lot of like cloth. But yeah, no, that could be a cool one. So like you got the backpack here, and the backpack is actually like the system that has like 2 of the other limbs, and the legs is the 7 and 8th limb. So yeah, that would be the next insectoids, but I'm going to come back to the insectoids theory a little bit later. With her, it's going to be enough insectoids for the past months. And if there was another insectoid afterwards, I was actually thinking of doing the scorpion, and the scorpion will probably be a character with like kind of like a slim shape, but with like massive forearms. At the same time, I have to make sure it doesn't look like Popeye too much, but that's probably like the visual direction I would take. And of course, it would have like the giant tail, or maybe I'll see. Like you see, like characters that should have wings, I didn't put wings on them. I find it didn't really like work well for the silhouette I was looking for them. But probably the tail is something I can't really ignore for this kind of character. But like you see, like the mantis normally like would have also like a giant like abdomen at the back. But I kind of like made her leg look like the shape of like the abdomen. So this is like how I actually used the visual language for her, by having like this like massive like mass here near the end of the body. Yeah. Popeye the Sailor Man mecha. I actually will put that in the idea box. All right, I'm gonna need to put the mesh to like another color, because now I actually have a hard time seeing what I'm working on, and since I want to actually focus on so right now what I'm doing in that part is just making sure that there's actually no negative space here. No, no, but those red dots in the back made me think about the Black Widow. This is exactly what it was. And the front, the shape of the front on the belly is also from the Black Widow. So you see, like even if I'm making like this flush, like I'm making it flush in order to be able to probably add like space afterwards in form of like detail or mid-range detail. Like I could actually also use the binding agent here if I wanted to add like a mesh in between the gray piece and the green. Probably won't need though. Hello, Sukosma art. All right, all right. I'm starting to see double a little bit, but I want to get a little bit further here before finishing anything. Alright, should we have another poll? Hey guys? Another poll. What could it be about? I'm all about polls now. Could take a stretch break. Yeah. There you go. Stretch break. You got it. Well, to be honest, I mean, I'm not going to... Oh, thanks for the follow. I'm not going to be able to do that for like too long, because I need to prepare for... I'm having a little date night tonight with my wife. We didn't really have much time or opportunity to do it lately, so we got the babysitter and everything. I'm gonna go to my local pub. Hey, thanks for the follow as well. There we go, there we go. Nice date night. Yeah, I actually need that for sure. You love polls as well. Let me think of one. Let me think of a poll. Will Marco have a hangover tomorrow? All right. There you got your poll right there. Will Marco have a hangover tomorrow? It's time to see what image you have of me. How many other people just vote to tie up the polls? Yeah. It's a 50-50. Well, you know what? I think it represents really well my own how can I say? Like, I'm wondering about that myself. I don't even know. So, yeah, I'd say that a 50-50 would probably be a good statistic. That being said, I'm going to try to err on the side of no, because tomorrow is Monday, the worst day to hang a hangover. Tomorrow is client meetings after client meetings, getting the projects estimates and in preparation for the end of the week. I'd say that probably the best day to hang a hangover is Sunday. It would have been today. But I'm going to have to disappoint you, and yesterday was a pretty chill night. Hey, thanks for the follow. I was wondering, how do you keep balance between your personal and professional life? I'll answer that in just a second. How you made sculpts from 3D print or concept from nothing? It's I mean, if I make them for 3D prints or concept, both. Yeah, both. I'll actually render them like concepts afterwards. And thanks for the follow. And I might actually print them as well. It's always a possibility for printing. It's one of the things that I love the most to do. I actually modeled them so that it can be printed later as well. So some design choices will be actually taking in consideration, is that easily printable or not? But to answer your question, Kerberos, the Kerberos, how do I keep a balance between my personal life and my job? Well, I mean, it's easy. My job is it's 5 to 8, and 5 to 9. Sorry, 9 to 5. Jesus Christ. Well, more like 8 to 5, and so 8 to 5. And once that I'm done, I actually take care of my kid until he goes to bed. Once that my kid goes to bed, this is where I decide what I do with my time. So will it be sculpting? Would it be playing Elden Ring? Another video game? I never really watch TV, so there's none of that. I watch TV when I work, never like just like that. Thanks for the follow. So basically, it's like I have my work, and then at home I decide what I do. And for me, working on my characters is practically the same as like playing video games. Like I get the same source of motivation and stuff. Sometimes I need to take like a break. And this is when I play video games. Otherwise, I'll just work for a few more hours on whatever I want. Yeah, this is how I do. This is how we do it. The royal we. I'd kill for an 8 till 5. Well, what are your working hours? Yeah, nice spots, by the way. Working 6 to 6. Yeah, well, I mean, before I actually had my child, I was working 8 to 10, from 8 in the morning at 10 at night, even more than that. But I actually had to cut my hours because if I want to have a family, I can't be too much of a workaholic. So yeah, with time I reduced. But yeah, for years and years, I was actually working like a maniac, and I liked it. It was fine. I was able to enjoy it. Like sometimes I miss being able to just work like without stopping, but I'm extremely happy to have the family that I have and have these new obligations that I'm totally at peace, even if I actually get to work almost like a little bit less than half of the work, a little more than half, I should say. 2 p.m. till 10 p.m. It was used to be midnight to 10 a.m. Yeah, geez, that's those are special working hours, eh? Global emote, you have about friend too. Yeah. Cool. Cool. Ooh, what is that? 5 tier 1 subs to the community. Rodrigo, you are a maniac. You are a maniac. Hey, it's my pleasure. I appreciate I like that you appreciate this. I'm doing it for the benefit of the people, and I'm actually having a lot of fun in the meantime. So I'm happy to see how much I actually get something back from doing this, and it's a great win-win situation. So that's making me really happy to hear. 37 kilometers. Wow. Hey, thanks for the sub, Kimi Kono. Super appreciated. With this sub, I will. What will I do with this sub? With this sub, I will. Let me think. What can I do with this sub? What can I do with that? With this sub, I will pay somebody to go get the food at the grocery store so I can spend more time on Twitch. There you go. That's what I'm gonna do. And thanks for the follow. Well, I'm happy to read that, Kimikono. And thanks for helping me with the delivery man. And in return, helping me with the channel. I almost do 2D this day, but watching you modeling make me want to do some ZBrush myself. Hey, I'm doing that mostly to inspire people. So if you say that like you're inspired to do ZBrush, for me that's a victory. Truly, that's one of the things that I appreciate the most about this this whole Twitch thing is knowing that I can inspire people. That's what I want to do. Like I'm really happy that people say this because I actually get like I work a lot. I work super hard, and I do it because it's my passion, right? But at the same time, like sometimes I feel like I'm like or at least no, I'm not. Okay, let me explain it another way. Um, I actually have imposter syndrome, so I have like some pretty negative like thoughts about. Oh, thanks for the sub, Mech Bobbles. Super appreciated. Thank you. With this sub, I will. What will I do? I will probably buy. Uh, I will buy better treats for my dog, so that I know that this house takes care of animals. So what you did right now will make one dog happier. There you go. Thanks a lot. So yeah, no, what I was saying is I actually get sometimes really down on myself, and sometimes when I see like what people are doing online, I see it as like a form of like pressure that I should actually be doing, and that I don't do enough. Like, trust me, I actually get those thoughts that I actually don't work enough, and I often like think like, well, what's that? Cheered. I've never saw that, Rodrigo. I don't even know what you just did right there. Is it like the hype train kind of thing? Okay. I think I understand. That's cool. But yeah, no, I actually sometimes I just don't feel like super good about myself and that sort of stuff. And when I look at like other people online, it kind of like gives me like an extra pressure. So often I actually worry about like how people are going to take or to perceive like the work that I put online or the effort that I put online and stuff. So yeah, I really appreciate that people can say that this for them a source of motivation or inspiration, because that's what I want to be. I want to be positive in people's life with what I'm doing. So, and this is why I try to encourage people and that sort of stuff. So, thank you for in return encouraging me with those cheers. It's really appreciated. Kimoko no, Rodrigo, thanks a lot. And I wish you a good night, Kimogono, or a good day. And see you next stream. Thanks again, Rodrigo. That's cool. Thanks a lot. Really appreciated. Sculpt some happy little mechs. Yeah, exactly. I think that part here is starting to look pretty good now. So, oh yeah, and another good thing, I just got the 75 average. Huh? This day is just getting better and better. Clearly, I'll know what I'll be celebrating during my date night tonight. Imagine I'm the big boy now. I'm the big boy. Yeah, I'll just need to complete the other achievement, but the other achievement it's more like in my control, so it's really a question of like how much I implicate myself in stuff. So yeah, yeah, power. You live in a sanctioned area, but I really love the sub, but I can't. Unfortunately, yeah. Well, I mean, you know what? You know, absolutely, you don't need to do any of that. Just your presence is extremely appreciated and your kind words. So don't worry about that at all. All right, all right. I think I need to hide the body for a second because, oh, the neck is gone as well. I didn't want that. Maybe I should not hide the body because, what? You have received a level 2 hype train emote. Yeah! Awesome. I don't know what I just did right there. It told me to share something. Choo choo hype train hands, but there's nothing showing. Ah, thanks for the follow. God, I suck with like knowing what Twitch is about. Jesus Christ. Choo choo. There we go. Feels like people are like much more knowledgeable than me with what's happening. You know what? I'm at peace with that. It's fine. I like your iteration on the overall hard surface modeling. Well, thanks. I actually tried to really make it my own technique with bits and pieces of stuff that I learned here and there. So I appreciate that. Thank you for the comment. It's all about the visual language at the end of the day. The technique is, well, I find that that's like a perception that a lot of people have, which is fine if you have it, right? But like the technique doesn't make the result. It's you really have to like know what you're going for and what are the like choices that you're going to take that will actually give you the best result at the end, and the result will speak for itself, right? So if you want to do something hard surface, well, like one might think that it's like, oh, you need to like work in that software to make like hard surface, to like make mechs and stuff or whatever. But the reality is like, no, not really. Like mechs have a certain visual language, and it's that visual language that makes it recognizable as like sci-fi or mecha, or and also like mecha from which lore, right? Like hard surface in Portal is not the same hard surface as in Warhammer 40k, right? So these are all things that like you need to understand by studying the subject, studying the style, and then when you want to replicate it, then you use whatever software you need. Thanks for the follow. You use whatever software you need, right? As long as like it helps you to create that visual language that you actually want. Though Twitch is always changing and adding new things, so you're not the only one. Yeah. I think I will finish the binding agent piece, and then I'll probably call it a day. Because and the only thing that's going to be left afterwards will be the stream where I'm going to add the mid-level details for everything and the small details, and then that'll be all. Yep. Crazy, eh? Marco, do you have a Discord channel? Well, I mean, I have one for my company. I do not have one for. Thanks for the follow. I don't have one just for like the Twitch or that sort of stuff. For the Twitch community, that would be nice. So basically, it would consist of creating a Twitch channel for like a Discord channel for Chaos Masons. Would your panel loop the binding piece if you would make close up? Would you panel loop the binding piece? No, the binding piece doesn't have anything to be panel looped because it's a solid shape. This is actually by nature, the binding piece has to be something like this. I want this binding piece to be like a solid shape with no negative space. For posting work or sharing interest info. Yeah, I get what you mean, Rodrigo. I kind of like am not sure what info I would post there, because normally I post all my like information for the Twitch on my my social medias, all the social medias that you can follow by clicking the link at the bottom here. You see that we have like many social medias, and I often like put my information right there. I mean, I'm not saying I'm not going to do a Discord. I'm just saying that I am not sure I understand the value of it, but maybe the value of it will come to me if I actually create a channel, and then I'll be able to figure it out for myself. You think this kind of character can be done in MOE 3D? I do not know what MOE 3D is. I am sorry. It's a nerd program that artists like Bulgarov use for doing some parts. I'm sure you can get around it, but I mean, there's a certain facility that ZBrush gives me that the other program don't give me, and vice versa. By the way, so like a lot of like the style of what I'm tackling is easily done with ZBrush. So maybe, but I mean, like if you're talking about Bulgarov, I mean, he's Vitaly's like has like a pretty he has a very like a certain like sensibility of like organic shapes in his work as well, which is kind of like the reason why I'm using ZBrush is because I love this like organic shapes and stuff. But if you're saying that like Bulgarov is using MOE 3D, well, then it's probably because it can actually achieve the things that he wants to achieve, which are, in a certain sense, of a similar-ish style. If we're talking about like organic, let's say. So that would be my guess. But since I didn't use the software, can't say for sure. I would probably ask Vitaly. I'm sure he's not busy enough working on the sequel of Mortal Shell. That's a little sarcasm right there. It's probably a really busy man. Looks like a cool guy, Vitaly, though. Yeah, just use what you conform with. The guy who did Doom, even the topology is done in ZBrush. Yeah, we have at Chaos Masons we have some characters that we're doing the retopo in ZBrush as well, just because it works well for like those kind of characters, though. But it has to be like really like organic characters, because hard surface you can't really do like good hard surface in with the ZBrush remesher. No. I love ZBrush, but at the end of the day, we have to be a bit realistic about what it's good at. All right, that's connecting well. We're just gonna need maybe something here like this. There you go. Good enough. Good enough. They showed that they did the topology in ZBrush even for hard surface part. Yeah, but it's sculpted in a way that like it works well for the algorithm, but my method of sculpting doesn't work with the tool, unfortunately. I wish it did. Vitaly is Superman just like you. Well, you know what? I really appreciate that compliment. Really appreciate, because of course Vitaly is somebody that I consider to be a extremely talented artist and art director. So thank you. Much appreciated. Seriously. It's great for pinching Mitches adequately. Yes. Please, everybody, listen to Pete. Pete, the official spokesperson of Chaos Masons. At least for the Twitch channel. Oh, they use that modeler, okay. Hey, thanks for the follow. Hmm. That's one thing that bothers me here. Okay, that's good, that's good. Now the inside of the mouth. Hey man, love your work, just amazing. Did you have some tutorial about how to create this ZBrush from scratch? I mean, if you look at the links, we have the bottom here or here. Well, actually, more the ones here for Chaos Masons. We have the shop with tutorials in, and there's one that's a pretty exhaustive tutorial on a hard surface, which is called God of Birds. Cedric did it, and it goes over a lot of the process, including the design, if I am not mistaken. Oh, well, thanks, Pedro. I've just seen what you wrote. Any recommendation for importing files from SolidWorks or Fusion 3D? Never used those, so I can't really say. Probably split them in meshes, in different meshes if it's too heavy. Not sure how those software works, though. Sorry. We can see that Pedro really knows his stuff about Chaos Masons. There's a curve. There's a curve in this mesh here that kind of like bothers me. Is it in both? Just the one on top. All right, that's better. It's sad the workshop in this summit was not recorded. You give a lot of goodies there. Yeah, it was a good workshop. Oh wait, which one of the two? The first one or the second one? Like the one from 2 years ago, or the one from 5 years ago? I guess 2 years ago, right? I actually don't remember who was in which one latest. Yeah, it was a good workshop. It's like the only thing I don't like about workshops is that I never have enough time. I mean, it's I really love to show a lot of things, and what's nice though is that they let me like do like I think 1 or 2 hours more of overtime in the workshop. So people really got for their money's worth. And for me, I was happy to dive deeper. So yeah. James Cain. Yeah, James Cain is such a great guy. He's so fucking cool. He's really a good artist. James Cain. With like sculpting stuff or whatever. There's a lot of soul in what he does, and I can really appreciate that. There's some artists that I really love their art because of their storytelling and their art and their soul, basically. And James Cain is one of those. That's for sure. Yeah, and Maria Panfilova also is that's really somebody that actually I find has great presence and feeling to their composition. I actually bought a statue that she designed and sculpted. Her dog dragon. Actually, can you see it here? Well, actually, it's the one on top here. It's kind of hard to see, but I bought it. I was like, yeah, no, that's really cool. Usually, your final image is the render from Keyshot, or do you do Photo Pro and Photoshop? Well, that's a good question because sometimes I will actually do just use Photoshop for my renders, and sometimes I'll use Keyshot. When it's mechs, normally I like to use Keyshot because I just like the fact that I can. Well, I just like the metal materials and the reflection and that sort of stuff. I mean, and ZBrush doesn't really offer much reflection. You can mimic some, right? But like it doesn't look as good as Keyshot. But sometimes with other things that don't have too much like reflective material, sometimes I'll just use ZBrush to do photo compositions and stuff. Like if I actually just show a little bit, let's just go on marcoplouffe.com. Some of my images. Where the hell is the website? Jesus. It's right here. There we go. Right. So, for example, like these guys, the insectoids, they are done in Keyshot. To have like this kind of like reflectiveness and whatever. No? It's Keyshot. But if you look at like this one is Keyshot as well, just because I could have done this one in ZBrush, but I knew I wanted to make like a turntable with it. So and it was not like it's not complex materials. The Four Horsemen, those are actually done in with Substance Painter actually. So basically, I kind of like I take a screenshot of the image, and I use Substance to kind of like put the materials on the image, like if it was like a flat plane. So it's done like that. So I would not be able to do a turntable with this though. And then we have like works that are more like I do like quick renders with them. This one is also still in my skull was Keyshot because there's like a little animation to it. Like this one is ZBrush. Basically just ZBrush composition. That's what I used for it because there's not much like super reflective material, right? So I actually just like did like some ZBrush renders pass, get my rim light, and then I just basically slapped the background, made sure that the background was really like overflowing and bleeding all its color on the model, so it looks they look homogeneous with each other. Same thing for World War II Samus. She's done in ZBrush for the rendering only. Because and this is like, of course, this is metal, right? But like I knew it was going to be like a muted metal, right? So I find this works good enough. And like this one, I really love this image, Finn from Adventure Time, right? It's well, Finn and Jake and BMO, and at the bottom right here is a little Easter egg. We have LSP, and this one was also done with ZBrush only. So just rendering like the passes. We're doing some passes, and the composition is all done in Photoshop. Even the skin is basically just like I just reddish, make some of the shadows more red, some of the mid shadows more orange, kind of like gives like a fake skin texture. And there's not really a lot of like metal, right? So it works good enough for me, for my tastes. Adventure Time. I stayed with him, Martine, David, and Shane in the same Airbnb in my first time. ZBrush Summit was great. Yeah, cool. Martine's awesome also. David as well. Shane, of course. Nice, good technique. That one for Substance. Yeah. It's especially because the mesh was it was incredibly heavy. So I was like, I'm not gonna like want to fucking render that and whatever. So it's not my favorite technique to use that software. It's cool. I like it, but it's I like it for me. It's like it's especially something that I do when I feel like that the poly count is like working against me. And God knows that the Four Horsemen, the poly count for this project was through the roof, like easily 300 million per model. That's probably enough noise inside there to look like a complex machinery. You're planning to show us how to work with Keyshot? No, because it's not on the same computer. Plus, also, I don't think it's going to make for a really fun stream, at least for myself, because it's just putting in Keyshot, pressing the render button, and then doing the composition afterwards. I don't know. I'm gonna have to see, but like the way I'm seeing it is probably like doing the renders and then showing the composition in Photoshop. That's probably going to be more interesting. But I'm kind of like don't consider myself really good at like or that good at rendering, right? So I kind of like don't feel super confident making like tutorials about it more than that. I don't really know Keyshot above like Keyshot 6, so or 5 or 7. I don't know which one I have now. So I wouldn't be able to say. I find that with most software, you actually pretty much like get like the main features that you need to do the rest. Like in the early versions, and then the rest is like little thing that helps like people that are really crazy with those software, right? But in terms of like really using it for like some, like it's like Marvelous. Like I think Marvelous, you were able to do what's the most important of doing in Marvelous in the very early like versions, and it costs a lot to update to get like I don't know, like some like quick little help thing. I don't know. I don't want to like bash the softwares or anything. I mean, God knows that they do great things. They do amazing things. So, but I don't know. I mean, when it comes to talk about like pricing for usage and stuff, I have a couple of opinions that I'll keep for myself. iGPU rendering, that's a good thing, especially if you have a good graphic card. How much time those took you to render or to model? So you see, first, like I make sure that the surface in the middle is clean, and then like by adding the orb crack brushes right there, it kind of like gives like this final like polish for the edges. So I'll just clean like this area here, and then I'll use like the trim hole to do like the hole where the eye is resting, and it'll probably give me like a clean enough binding mesh. Oops. To model the Four Horsemen. Oh my God, it took me a long time. I mean, doing the design took me a little while. I did like the blockings at first, and then like validated the blockings with a few friends. I really wanted their opinion. Took me a while to do that. Plus, like I was like doing some research, trying new things. I don't even know. I can tell maybe like a month or two to do the designs. Plus, like you know, I don't work all the time on my models. I don't work 8 hours per day, you know. So it took me a long time, and then to model each of them. To model each of them was about a month to a month and a half for each. Once again, not 24 hours per day. I mean, 8 hours per day. You know, I actually modeled the Four Horsemen when I just got my kid, so they were not full days. Absolutely not. And I had to focus on my company, so yeah. But it's fun to be able to say that I worked on the Four Horsemen when I got my kid. I really had the impression I would not have enough time to do like all my 3D as a family man, but turned out okay, which makes me feel good about myself. We are close to the end. Did you ever try to give one or two subdivides and freeze transformation, then Z remesh instead of using projection shell? No, I don't trust freeze projection at all. It crashed on me way too often, so I have completely suppressed it from my workflow. Thanks for the follow. Thanks for the follow. I might actually reproject the mesh here because like those like edges kind of got like stretched a little bit. So I'll actually do that now because I know I'm gonna want to have this detail. So let's work on that right now. Clone. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna save this also first, and just in case. Alora Wello, thank you for the comment. Much appreciated. Thanks for the follow again. The doping hit and coming from the finishing piece. Brace yourself. Yeah. Yeah, for sure. For sure. All right. Come on, come on, come on. We're there. Soon. Soon, soon, soon. I kind of like need to take a break, so I'm gonna really finish that as soon as possible. Well, not finish the entire character, but finish the stream. Be realistic with what I can actually endure in one sitting. Normally I would take a break and start like another session, but actually I'm gonna finish early today and help with the kid before the date night. All right. Did I? Okay. Let's reproject and yes to the poly paint. Reproject with poly paint once again. Nostrix, hello there. Josh, so close. I know. Happy wife, happy life. Happy husband. Happy Tuscan. There we go. Happy Tuscan Raiders. There we go. That's the mesh. That's the mesh. Yeah. I was not expecting to actually do this part in like in one mesh without separation or anything, but yeah, that's what's happening. So deal with it. So much attitude, Marco. Jeez. There we go. That's a more eloquent, smaller cavity line. Alright, I just have to work on the cavity line here, and we're done. I can feel my brain hurting, my energy draining. Resolution's not super, but I'll subdivide an extra level later if ever I see that it's actually really bothering me. How many million poly am I on this mesh here? 2 million? Hey, you know what? Let's go to 8. Let's treat ourselves to another subdiv. It's going to make 8 million now, and 8 million is reasonable on one mesh. Above than 8, normally I try to be not really like okay. I find it a bit high and it starts to lag. But 1 million, that's doable. Bit of a stretch, but I'll accept it. Thank you. Your work's amazing, so inspiring. Thanks, Nostrix. First time chatter. Oh, thanks for the follow, by the way. Hello, just randomly stumbled on here. Are you Québécois by any chance? Oui, je suis Québécois. Je suis Québécois, tabarnak. Québécois de pure laine. Thanks for the follow. I just got a Quebec follow. It's like, oh, that guy's Quebecer. I have to follow him. Thanks for the follow. A little bevel here just to say. All right, I can see the fish finishing line is just barely out of my reach. This marathon will be over soon. Come on. Actually, you know what? To be super honest, everything I'm doing right now, I'm feeling like I actually might need to revisit it on my next stream because my brain is burning so much that I know that I'm not giving the full attention to what I'm doing right now that it deserves. There's some additional also detailing that I'll need to revisit. Some shapes will also need to be a bit adjusted. Like those things here are not really matching accordingly. Not accordingly, but correctly, that's what I meant. Yeah, I'll have to rework the things around here. Thanks for the follow. Let's undo this for the moment. What's happening? All right. All right. Let's call it done for today. Let's call this done for today. Next stream might be the final stream for completing this character. Ooh la 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 la. Ooh la la. Wow. All right. A fair lady will soon be complete.